All right, and we're back. Thank you for hanging around, my friends. It took me it took me an extra couple minutes because I had to put my laundry in the dryer, so I was wandering around doing that. But we are back and just about ready to jump into Pikmin. Stack Cat, welcome to the stream. Great to see you. And Yusuf says digging the beats. Yeah, that was yeah, as Cal said, that was made by Sparrow, one of my mods, Sparrow the Dragoon. Um, he made that he made that during the Echo the Dolphin playthrough when I was stuck on the last level for like 24 hours. He took the music from that level and created that as sort of a remix sampling the same progression of notes. And that's one of the very, very few good things to come out of that playthrough. Because that was the roughest time I've had on stream. Your head looks a lot lighter. Probably, the way the lights move around. I'm close to the stream. I'm close to the screen. Make it a bit heavier with some hydration. Thank you for that, Stat Cat. Gotta keep me properly weighed down. So this is the GameCube version of Pikmin 2. We're going to play it on the Wii because that's a little bit more convenient. It has a health warning at the start. My GameCube isn't very good at reading discs. I really only use the GameCube itself for playing GBA games. Pikmin 2 is pretty high on eBay, yeah. GameCube games, they're all pretty much outrageously expensive. Need to bring the brightness up a bit, it looks like. Hopefully that's going to be okay. Don't know. I can see more details on the CRT than you can in the capture. I don't want to wash it out too much. It's a difficult balance. Let's not spoil anything. Play GBA on GameCube, play GameCube on Wii. What do you play on original hardware? I play Game Boy on the SNES. Oh, speaking of NES, I never turned my NES off. All right. Pikmin 2. Two-player battle. Take a look at our options. Rumble feature, we'll leave that on. Turn the music down just a little compared to the sound effects. Deflicker. Choose on for softer graphics, choose off for crisper graphics. Well, trying to see what it's going to look like in the capture. I mean, really, it kind of looks identical to me. Well, it's on by default. We'll just leave it on. Create a Pikmin 2 game file and the memory card. You bet. Alright, we're going to jump right in. Save file 3 is the place where I like to be. Hokotate Freight is a long haul... Oh, sorry, the text goes by too fast for me. As usual. Looks like we are recapping the first game. Financial difficulties, you say? I forget that GameCube games had like a really wide audio range. So it's probably going to bounce back and forth a little bit between being too quiet and being too loud. Is that our ship? I'm not working for this company anymore. Hang on, what? Where did that bottle cap come from? I don't recall collecting a bottle cap in the first game. That's more than a year's salary. Looks an awful lot like Earth. Valley of Repose. Collecting bottle caps to pay for stuff? I don't remember this part of Fallout. Welcome in, Master Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you, my friend. I hope your cough is finally settling down. Okay. And Derek said they could put the Wind Waker on Nintendo on the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, Nintendo... I don't think anyone really understands how Nintendo handles their legacy content. It's very, very odd that they don't make more stuff available. I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem to me like it would cost them much of anything. So, I don't know. I don't run a business, so maybe they're smarter than me and I just don't get it. Are you going to do part 3? We will. We won't do it right away. I mean, unless part 2 is terrible. If I hate this game, I might not do part 3, but I don't really expect that. I'm really hoping to love this game. And then, yeah, we'll do part 3. Probably won't do it for several months. Maybe not even until next year. But we'll, if I like this as much as I like the first one, we'll definitely do the third one. Probably do the Switch version of that one. Cough is pretty much gone. Great to hear. Alright, that was close. I have averted a crash landing. Running diagnostics. Alert, danger. Louis is missing. He must have somehow fallen out of his cockpit. He's not responding via his communicator. He's either flouting protocol or in danger. Olimar, you must find Louis before he freezes to death in the cold of this planet. Wait a moment, look. Cold. Could these be Pikmin? They look like they're about to be devoured as we speak. You must help them quickly. Press B to call them with your whistle, Captain Olimar. You could say Nintendo has a legacy for taking poor missteps with legacy content. You could, Itty. You could say that. Very true. I'm pretty sure even Nintendo doesn't understand what they're doing with their legacy content. It sure seems like it. Nintendo needs a TED Talk from Frownie. Oh, they would cease to be a financially viable organization if they put me in charge, I'm sure. You can also hold B to make the sound of your whistle carry further, remember? Got him. Pikmin ran to your side. They seem to remember you, Captain Olimar. How fascinating. Give them instructions, and do not delay. Hold A to grab a Pikmin, and release to throw it. I need this refresher. Attention, Captain Olimar. I have just re-established my communications link with Louis. It is fortunate we have managed to confirm his safety. Press Y to communicate with him. I'm quite interested in the details of his condition. Louis, allow me to assess your condition as per our safety protocols. Are you at all injured? Is that so? Then my concerns are eased. Our communication link shows you are nearby. Can you make your way to our location and rejoin us? I will navigate for you. Press start to contact me and obtain information about the terrain. I like that it appears to be snowy. This is going to be my favorite level of the game. Louis, the odd object before you appears to be one of the onions mentioned in Olimar's report. Louis has certainly got some eyes. The seed the onion ejected just sprouted. According to Olimar's report, it can be plucked with A. Louis, this must be one of the Pikmin creatures from Olimar's report. It is staring at you. You can use C to issue objectives to your Pikmin squad and even direct their movement. You can disband your squad with X. Interesting. Olimar's description of the creatures, resembling pick carrots, was strikingly accurate. Louis, my sensors have detected drool in the corner of your mouth. Are you alright? Oh no. Are they looking at me? The onion ejected more seeds. The pellet from that flower must hold nutrients that breed Pikmin. Yes, the Pikmin gather nutrients, haul them to the onion, and further propagate the species. The onion is a Pikmin mothership. Reviewing Olimar's report, it seems repeatedly tapping A lets one rapidly pluck Pikmin sprouts. Gonna get ourselves a whole bunch of Pikmin friends. There we go. That's probably all the ones in the area. Oh, 11. I thought I had 10. I was thinking 10 seemed like a nice sort of round number. This is a Duracell battery? Is this product placement? Nintendo have a partnership with Duracell to put real batteries in the game? That's weird. Perhaps this object is one of the treasures that we're searching for. The only reason we found it here is because this is where you crash landed. How fortunate. I'm shocked it isn't just like battery brand battery. I would like to appraise it, but you must regroup with Olimar first. Can you see him? Press L to move the camera behind you, R to zoom, and Z to change angles. Hey, I forgot that we would be able to control the camera. Alright. Well, he's not that far away at all. I don't think they can actually get it. Oh no, I don't have enough Pikmin. Alright. Teamwork. Captain Olimar, Louis, you are reunited at last. This has been a troublesome start to our trip. And now you must feel assured that your combined wits can get you through anything, correct? From now on, use B to form a single group, X to take solo action, and Y to change leaders. Make sure I'm not missing anything. I think we're good. See you later, Louis. No, I'm just kidding. You can come with us. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about this controlling two characters thing. If it's mandatory to split up often, I may not be clever enough for this game. Hey, we got it. Kind of. There we go. So it says day 1, but I don't see a clock actually moving, so I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to be paying attention to the lighting conditions, know what time of day it is, or what. Probably time just doesn't move on the first day since it's the tutorial. Can that go under that branch? Well, what do you know? Didn't know this one had 2 characters of me either. I'm going in blind. So I don't really know what to expect. So far, so good, though. Feels very similar to the first game. Courage reactor. What? Oh, a Duracell battery is worth almost 3 times as much as a bottle cap. Oh, I could have rotated it. Our first day of exploration has yielded our first treasure. We'll be done in record time. I took the liberty of naming it when I appraised it. The name reflects my current thinking. Leave it to me to think up catchy names for hit products. It is but one of my many talents. We shall end our first day here and report back to our president. His face will surely be joyous. However, to communicate with Hokotate, we must fly into low orbit above the planet. We will not return to the surface until morning, so as to avoid the indigenous nocturnal creatures. It'll shock some courage into you, all right? I suppose so. All right, well, one successful day has already been accomplished. I hope this screen does not imply that I missed 5 treasures. Battle, sunset, fire, water, electricity, explosion, or poison. That's a lot to look out for. Mail. You found your first bit of treasure. Fine work. Our future depends on your efforts, so check your treasure hoard regularly. I'll check in often. Keep up the pace. Okay, there's really not anywhere else we can go. We've got a Piclopedia, and we've got treasures. Let's look at our... Dwarf Red Bulborb. Pellet Posy. What? We can throw carrots to them? That's weird. Dwarf Red Bulborb, Pansaurus, Pseudoculi, Russus, Breadbug family. Although initially identified as a juvenile red bulborb, groundbreaking new research indicates that this creature is in fact a member of the breadbug family, a close relative of the vanilla breadbug. It escapes predation through mimicry. Unique adaptation of the red bulborb's crimson coloration allows the species to safely commingle. Such effective adaptation and obfuscation, what a difficult word to say, by a prey species is rare, indicating this clever creature is a master of mimicry. Everything in the game is going to have notes like this I've got to read. Pellet Posy. Amplus nutrio. Pellet weed family. In the stem of the pellet posy, one can observe the muscle fiber unique to half-plant, half-animal species such as the Pikmin and candy pop flowers. So the pellet posy is a species that can be considered a close relative, although the ability to crystallize nectar is unique to a small group of the pellet weed family. The fact that these plants reach maturity so quickly and that their pellets contain such high concentrations of the natural nutrients in the soil explains why the Pikmin and so many of the other indigenous species are so reliant on these pellets for sustenance. We've recovered our first treasure. Amazingly, the Pikmin remembered how to salvage it. I can't understand their adorable language, and I don't know what they are thinking. Yet I'm so happy to see them. When I crashed on this planet, the Pikmin helped me locate my missing ship parts. In my darkest hour, the Pikmin were there for me. Now that I am reunited with them, I know everything will be alright. It will, right? We'll see. This is such a hoity-toity encyclopedia entry. Alright, well, we've seen our encyclopedia and our treasures. I think we're ready to move on. Good morning, workers. Ready for another day of toiling for the profit of your company? The Pikmin seem to still be asleep inside their onion. What lazy creatures. No wonder they lack survival skills. Stand beneath the onion and press A to call them out. You too, Louie. Alright, yep, we've got a clock moving. We have a time limit to deal with. So this game is going to be just as stressful as the first one. I'll cry my way through it. I like that having Louie with us means we can we can harvest Pikmin extra fast. Okay, I don't think there was anything back that way, so I think we probably just want to... I don't have enough. Oh yeah, I do. I thought that's 36. I thought it was 30. The 6 looks like a sloppy 0. Well, let's go get more Pikmin. We need that treasure. How'd you get separated from the group? All together now. And don't wake up that sleeping monster. You were walking awfully close to that sleeping monster. Moments like that are always the most nerve-wracking, I know. I know. Trust your little buddies and cross your fingers. Utter scrap. I look forward to being able to fight that monster eventually. My goodness, these guys are kind of slow at this, huh? All this waiting does give me some time to enjoy my fruit, though. How could Pikmin destroy such a massive wall? When massed, their might is ferocious. Louis, did Olimar instruct you on proper Pikmin commanding protocol? Apparently not. Olimar, you are failing in your duty as a superior. Allow me to explain. Thank you for the hydrate, Derek. Yusuf says lurking while I get ready for bed. Have a good stream, Frownie. Hey, thank you for the lurk, Yusuf. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you very much, my friend. And yeah, I hope that you sleep well. All of this here is old news. Press A to grab Pikmin and release to throw them. Call them into a group with B. Press X to disband the group. Use C to issue orders and objectives to the group. C is useful for swarming Pikmin around treasure and enemies, or making them march in a line. I don't appreciate the game lecturing me like that. Interesting. Warm air is welling up from the hole in the ground before you. What could lie underground? What is wrong? You both show expressions of unease. Do not fear. The leader's group of Pikmin will join you. I shall dispatch my research pod too. Approach the hole and press A to jump in. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Oh, I think red Pikmin cannot go into water. Alright. Emergence cave. Enter this hole with your Pikmin squad. Sure. What's the worst that could happen, right? Emergence cave. Sublevel 1. Intriguing. My heat sensors indicate that this hole's interior is warmer than on the surface. Analysis suggests subterranean areas may support different life forms than the surface. If you wish to check underground terrain, press start to communicate with me. I'm not just a ship. I'm an all-purpose support pod. Interesting. Alright, well, let's go exploring. I'll admit I am somewhat afraid of these enemies. Seven up! Quenching emblem. I have an idea. Alright, this is going to be risky. Come on, chase me. No, 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 no. Chase me. Don't go back. Alright, I still think this is a good idea. I lost one. I lost another one. Oh well. It's gonna happen. Only the quinchiest. How can you possibly consider this beast a treasure? Beasts are incompatible with my circuitry. I suppose I will store your finds in my hold. But I do not think beasts will be worth much. Okay, get out of the way, everybody. Is that a grapefruit? I initially thought it was an orange, but... Citrus lump. Delicious. This hole appears to be quite deep. My sensors indicate more treacherous terrain ahead. Louis, you do recall that you can adjust the camera with L, R, and Z, correct? Your expression suggests you do. Excellent. Then approach the hole and press A to enter it. Delicious. I want a citrus lump. It doesn't look like time moves down in the cave, so we can spend as long as we want treasure hunting. Final floor! This appears to be a globe. It's inconceivable that such an immense object has been buried here for so long. The design on the outer shell resembles the surface of the planet as seen from space. Perhaps this can be used for something other than salvage. But how will we ever lift it? I fear that even 100 red Pikmin will be unable to lift it. What about 101? Look at that, 101. Oh. Silly, silly game. That guy's just hanging out. Didn't want to come with us. I like that there are places where time doesn't move. It takes a degree of pressure off. I can't believe I've only lost one Pikmin so far. Astounding! A flower blooms in a cave deep beneath the snowy landscape. Clearly it is warmer down here than above. Look, the Pikmin are restless. They look as if they yearn to be tossed into the flower. We'll see about that. This must be our means of exit. Astounding! Water is shooting out of this geyser with incredible force. Sensors indicate it has enough power to launch you into the air. Approach it and press A to try. I think I will not do that. Thanks, but no thanks. Oh, we've created purple Pikmin. This is new. Clearly the superior Pikmin. Oh, he's heavy. Amazing, a purple Pikmin. It has hair and is quite stocky. It seems very heavy and strong. I relate to this purple Pikmin. This kind of Pikmin was not mentioned in your report, Olimar. It must be an entirely new type. Transforming Pikmin by tossing them into flowers. Intriguing. Perhaps there are others. Not sure what percentage of Pikmin I want to be purple. I think we'll make about a third of them purple. Oh. There's a limit to how many we can do. The flower eventually dies. So we'll just do as many as it lets us. I assume it's designed to protect us from ourselves, so we won't be able to do too many. Okay, are purple Pikmin strong enough to lift a globe? They are stronger. Nice. Wait a moment. I wanna learn something. Okay, we've got 10 purple Pikmin. 10 purple Pikmin are... Wow, they're much stronger. They're 10 times as strong. Spherical Atlas. That's what I'm going to refer to all globes as from now on. There's a device resembling a microchip embedded inside this sphere, retrieving data. Error. I could only decode a portion of the data, but I did retrieve new geographic chart. I will input this data into my planetary database and name it the Sphere Chart. Press start to contact me and access the Explorer kit on the radar screen with L. Now that we have this new data, you should explore the decoded territory tomorrow. We'll see. The purple Pikmin are significantly slower than the red Pikmin. Alright, I don't think I missed anything. So let's move out. Cave complete. Three treasures out of 3. Perfect. I love the different Pikmin so much. They make me so happy. Such tiny little friends. They're delightful. We need a purple onion. You have successfully returned to the planet's surface. Excellent decision-making, gentlemen. We must celebrate your first successful spelunking expedition. You gathered a large amount of data that needs in-depth analysis. I shall send a report back to the President tonight detailing your progress. Olimar and Louis, since you will explore a new area tomorrow, today's work is done. What? You still want to work? Unacceptable. You may not realize it, but you are exhausted. You should take a much-needed rest, as you have all the time you need to collect treasure. Is that true? Is that really true? I also love how they just whack things with their head leaves. Makes me giggle every time. Smack, smack, smack. Is that how they attack? I don't know if I've ever seen closely enough. Haste makes waste, so take it slow and steady. I like that advice, you see. There's not a purple onion. Where are the purple Pikmin going to go? They're going to be eaten. They can go in the spaceship with us? It looks like it's too heavy to lift off. Oh, it did. Never mind. Alright, today's report. Made ourselves a lot of money. Gained some Pikmin. Lost some Pikmin. Baby steps first, Olimar. Plan well and don't worry about me. Our debt is with Happy Hokotate Savings and Loan, after all. Besides, there's nothing left to repossess, so ha. Sounds like what I have to say to my bank. Awakening Wood. Alright, so now we have 2 places to visit. But we should probably move forward. We can look in our Piclopedia, though. Yep, there's new stuff in here. Snow Bulborb. Snow Bulborb, Pansaurus Pseudooculi frosticus, breadbug family. Like the dwarf red bulborb, the snow bulborb is a member of the breadbug family that seeks to survive through imitating the appearance and behavior of a bulborb. Its pale coloration and blue spots make for easy identification. In particular, this organism mimics the hairy bulborb, but it is, of course, unable to grow the hair that gives the hairy bulborb its name. However, as the hairy bulborb has been known to lose its hair in certain circumstances, the snow bulborb is an effective mimic that is often mistaken for a member of the same species. Okay. Violet Candy Pop Bulb. Oh. Violet Candy Pop Bud. Flora. Puniceus. Candy Pop family. Research from our most recent expedition has confirmed the presence of candy pop buds in subterranean regions. Considering the microecologies this plant has been found in, one could surmise that it could be found in any cavern regardless of geographic region. Tossing Pikmin into this flower results in the release of purple Pikmin seeds regardless of the color of the Pikmin tossed in. This variety of candy pop contains robustly odoriferous oils. If candy pop flowers could be cultivated, there is no doubt that the plant would offer multifaceted benefits to the cosmetic, medical, and tourist industries. Our delightful citrus lump. This fruit was dug up from the floor of an icy cavern. It appears that the fruit's thick skin protected it from the frigid cold. It's quite remarkable. The shape of the fruit eerily resembles the president's head. P.S. The labyrinthine underground entrails of this planet are like a completely different world. The area we recently touched down in is blanketed with a fresh layer of frozen precipitation. As tranquil and relaxing as it is, I named it the Valley of Repose. Using Pikmin to move obstacles, I was able to open up some new areas to exploration, where I found this hunk of metal. The purple Pikmin were somehow able to carry this massive treasure. Today we measured their physical strength using the ship's onboard beefometer. I love it. Oh, Blade Runner. Welcome to the stream. Good evening. Good evening to you as well. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. It seems that they have 10 times the weight and physical power of any other Pikmin. When I throw them, they land with a resounding thud. I've decided to commemorate the cave I first encountered them in by naming it Emergence Cave. It was named Emergence Cave before we found the Pikmin, though. What? Olimar is a somewhat unreliable narrator. I often brag about my inexhaustible supply of self-control, but when I peer at this treasure, I can't help but want to take a drink. Am I gonna have to listen to a speech about how wonderful every brand that Olimar encounters is? Good morning. It should please you to know the purple Pikmin are lodged safely in my hull. The confines of my interior seem to suit them perfectly, though they do occasionally tickle me. Stand on the ring of light below me and press A to call the purple Pikmin out. Fair enough. I saw you were playing Contra earlier. Are you a big fan of Konami? I am. Well, I really like so for Contra, I've only played the first one and the second one really, Contra and Super C, and I like both of those games quite a bit. I'd actually say I like Super C a little more than the first Contra. I have some of the others in the series, but I've been sort of taking my time and experiencing them slowly. I only played Contra for the first time last year. I really love Castlevania, particularly the classic Castlevanias. I've played most of them, but not all. There's still just like Contra, there's still some that I'm kind of waiting to experience. Really like Life Force. I have that game, but I haven't played it yet. That's like a shmup type game, right? Louis, has Olimar instructed you on the peculiarities of the Pikmin creatures? The Pikmin form groups based on color when disbanding with X. Grabbing Pikmin with A will also cause them to group by color. Now for the bonus lesson. After grabbing a Pikmin with A, you can press left or right on the D-pad to swap it for another color. This is the first time you have heard this. Olimar, remember to properly train new employees. The text scroll. The text. It's an early shmup. I imagine I'll give it a go sometime. I can't say when I'll get to it for sure, but everything I have in my collection, I want to get to. I want to get to at some point. All right, so let's try disbanding. Can the purple Pikmin harvest a pellet and multiply? I think so. We need more purple Pikmin, so... I know you get... There's like an advantage to matching the colors, but I'm okay foregoing that advantage for now. Oh no! No, they took it back, so I can't multiply a purple Pikmin. Alright. Fair enough. Oh no! They didn't bring it all the way in. Alright, so... There's no immediately obvious goals. There's some water we need to stay away from. Rain terror upon the Bulborbs. Cool. Get him. Hopefully these things I've just harvested are safe. They grow back real fast. Oh, they're a treasure? Astounding, this red berry contains an ultra spicy essence. It does not appear to have any monetary value, but I shall research potential uses for it. Bring me another specimen. I mean, I sent a whole bunch of them your way. Alright, certainly that's enough. I think that only the first one counted of the big group of them that I sent. Captain Olimar, my research on the red berries you discovered has yielded a powerful potion. Behold the ultra spicy spray. Although it's untested, I believe it will have spectacular results. Spray it on all your Pikmin by pressing down. Okay. When necessary, I can produce 1 bottle of spray from 10 berries. Press start to contact me and confirm your berry count. We got L on the radar screen. Oh, I wonder if the super spicy spray, I wonder if it makes Pikmin temporarily inedible. Berry count. Halfway there. Oh no, they didn't grow back. Get down from there. I've lost 2 Pikmin. They're wandering around somewhere. Where could they be? Hey, he bloomed. The Pikmin that drank the yellow nectar instantly matured into flower Pikmin. I didn't even see any nectar. It appears to have enhanced motor skills. What a wondrous nectar. How intriguing. Like plants, Pikmin mature from leaf to bud to flower. Captain Olimar, you must share the information you have with your subordinate Louis. Oh, great. We can get some more berries now. Ah, there's the two that got away. Alas, I am now out of fruit. Alright, good work. No, run, it's an enemy. I don't know if we're tough enough to take on this enemy. I guess we'll try. Get him. Good work. $200. I hope the purple Pikmin are much heavier. It's no good. Ooh, no, what's this? Run! Attack! Retreat! Spicy spray! Astounding, the heads of the Pikmin are glowing, and they seem extremely agitated. The ultra spicy spray appears to increase Pikmin's speed and attack power. What a discovery. Alright, I thought it was going to be defensive. Apparently it's offensive, so let's let them have it. Nice. Let's find more enemies while we're still energized. Ooh, place to explore. That looks like poison over there. I don't want to go over there. You know what? It's getting late. We should probably be heading home. I'm watching the clock very nervously. I don't want to leave anybody behind, but it's certain to happen. Olimar, Louis, the sun will be setting soon. Call all of the Pikmin to you. This planet's native nocturnal life forms are ferocious and therefore dangerous. Load your Pikmin into the onion and yourselves into my hole so we can take refuge in low orbit. Pikmin in your squad will enter the onion on their own at day's end, so call them all to you. I don't mind manually putting them away. Alright, I think that's everybody. Well, thank you for those trophies, cows. This spaceship could use some polishing up. Funds earned $0. I made no money today. But we gained a lot of Pikmin. How's progress, Olimar? Remember, you'll never get anything done if you sit back and watch from afar. Be sure to hold R occasionally for a close-up view of the action. I guess that's good advice. Got a little bit more reading to do. Oh my goodness, we've got a lot more reading to do. Female shear grub. Shear grub female. Hemiagia mandibulosa. I'm gonna slaughter every one of these words. Mandiblard family. The males of this species are purple and black creatures with tapered mouths, while the females are lighter in color and lack an armored exoskeleton. As with most mandiblards, these creatures have regressed to the point where they have lost both legs and wings. They can be seen crawling around on the ground and are believed to feed on the vegetable extracts from the congealed fluids of expired Pikmin. Gross. Cloaking burrow knit. Cloaking burrow knit. Trilobitans reclusiva. Burrow knit family. The snake eye pattern on this beast's shell is one of the most distinctive features of the burrow knit family. The red pattern of the cloaking burrow knit and the spikes around its mantle make it easily identifiable, while still making it a representative species of the burrow knit family. The shell on the cloaking burrow knit's back also provides a frame that fixes its muscular structure in place and appears to give the creature its powerful needle-launching attack. Creeping chrysanthemum. Taraxacum rovinia. Chrysanthemum family. Like Pikmin, the creeping chrysanthemum is a member of a group of creatures with ambulatory root structures. This creature is known as a mimic. But because it is actually a form of plant, this label is not entirely accurate. For unknown reasons, the creeping chrysanthemum's mimicry does not fool Pikmin, perhaps because they share a similar heritage. It relies on preying upon other creatures to provide sustenance, so it has no need of leaves for photosynthesis. Generally speaking, the role of plants within the ecosystem is as a producer species, and thus plants are generally found at the bottom of the food pyramid. However, on this strange planet, the line between producer plants and consumer plants is blurred. You don't like that either, I see. Honeywisp. They're gone. Honeywisp. Nectara fatus. Honeywisp family. This floating life form drifts effortlessly on the winds. Upon death, its physical structure instantly collapses, and as the creature is particularly elusive and difficult to catch, no sample specimens have been acquired as of yet. If we could simply recover a live sample, research on this species would likely proceed more smoothly. Alright, and one more. Margaret. Margaret. Luminosus corcellus, chrysanthemum family. This plant's delicate yellow flowers often inspire waves of nostalgia, giving a bittersweet feeling to any who gaze upon them. Alright, we gained no treasures, so there's nothing to read there. Alright, time for day 4. Alright, we're just going to take the red Pikmin with us for now. Olimar, we have a problem. The onion has ceased ejecting seeds. Is it malfunctioning? Interesting. It now seems the number of life forms within the onion has increased. Didn't you note that no more than 100 Pikmin will venture onto the planet at once? Well, I currently observe only 95 on the surface. Could there be wild Pikmin somewhere? Wild Pikmin, you say? Get him! Don't let him get away! He seems impervious to attack. Misplaced 2 Pikmin. 1 Pikmin. Come on, everybody. You gotta stay together. Okay, are we bold enough? Do we try and attack this giant monster? I think we do. Alright, are you ready? Get him! Victory! Well done. Well done, team. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have to travel down into that, down into that cave that we saw the other day. What's going on up there? Slugs are eating our berries. I'll probably need some of that spicy spray, so... Yeah, we'll make sure we turn in some berries. Alright, now let's roll out to the cave. The slugs are the rudest. Who do they think they are? Stealing my berries. Biological sensors are reacting violently. The readings are ominous. A beast of unknown power lurks in these depths. A large Pikmin group would be reassuring. My sound sensors are picking up hostile roars of many beasts. Expect dangerous encounters. Sensors are also showing extreme heat pockets. You may need flame-resistant Pikmin. But my records indicate no such data. Are my records incomplete? I don't know if purple Pikmin are flame resistant. I don't want to risk losing my purple Pikmin. Slugs! All right. Hole of Beasts. Excuse me. It's a D-pad. That item's a D-pad. Stone of Glory. I love it. Are the Pikmin singing? That's odd. I don't know that I've ever heard them do that. Great. I think we've pretty thoroughly gone over this floor. I want the game to give you the instructions. Use the Stone of Glory to choose the direction now. Deeper we go. Oh, nice. Wow, we powered up a lot of Pikmin. We're gonna power up a lot more. Everybody's getting stronger. Wait, speaking of getting stronger, we can make some more purple Pikmin. might do that in just a moment. Let's... Yeah, don't see any enemies popping up anywhere. All my purple Pikmin are weak Pikmin, though. That's a shame. Alright, well, deeper we go. I was kind of assuming when I put my purple Pikmin away before, I was kind of assuming that if I needed them for this area, that it would allow me to create some more inside. So I'm glad to see that that has happened. I hope I don't need more than I've been able to create, though. Ooh. I'm actually going to put the purple team over here. Because I don't know if they're immune to fire, so they're just going to hang back for a moment. I'll let Team Red go on this adventure first. Oh, Olimar's not immune to fire, though. Careful, Olimar. Alright, what'd we get? Strife Monolith? It looks edible. I don't know what that is. Alright, I didn't know that these... Oh. I'm getting hurt a lot. I didn't know that these things on the ground were attackable. So we'll go through and clear all of these out. Does it say Nintendo on it? It does. It's for the Famicom Disk System. It's a copy of Doki Doki Panic. That's a Mahjong tile? I never would have recognized it. Cosmic Archive. All right, deeper still we go. Same strategy as before. Red first, then we'll come back for purple. Those enemies seem to be invincible. Okay, see if we can power up our purple team over there. That's the way further below. Alright, so stay here, red team. The purple Pikmin are even slow at eating. They don't seem to be powering up. Well, maybe one of them did. There we go. Huh, it didn't work very well the first time. Alright, we got it, though. I like that they have purple flowers, too. Alright, I guess they're ready for everybody. Hang on a moment. Hang on. Ooh, look at that. I only want 5. I only want 5. Oh, it's a Game & Watch. I love these treasures. Dream Architect. I keep forgetting to rotate them and really admire them. The treasures are a lot of fun. I love treasure. Luck wafer. Alright, I think we're good on this floor. This cave seems to go on for a while. Well, final floor. Just what I said. Oh, it's going on for a while. It ends. Alright, there's a big monster up there. Can we sneak around this monster? I don't see any fire yet. There's the way out. So we don't necessarily have to fight this thing. Alright, but I guess we're going to, because why would we not, right? Alright, everybody, ready? Apply the spicy spray. Ooh, I just lost a lot of Pikmin. This has gone extraordinarily poorly. Louis, if I could throw you on the boss, I would throw you as well. I'm out of Pikmin. Pikmin extinction. We lost all of our treasures. Now, the Pikmin are not extinct because we left plenty of them inside of our onion. Well, it looks like we'll have to rebuild. I would, if I were you, my friends, I would suggest emotionally preparing yourselves, because that is probably going to happen not a few times. But we'll build our numbers back up and we'll try it again. We did really well, and we did really well until I got to that boss and lost everything. It was really just one mistake that cost me so dearly. We'll get ourselves the means to enjoy a lot of spicy spray. I don't think I require a full team of 95 Pikmin to make it through that cave necessarily. But I do want to build up a few more, so we'll try the cave tomorrow. That's tomorrow in game. I don't know if I can end a day early or not. Not that there's much time left. Alright, back to camp. Let's put everyone away. Let's see our report. Funds earned, nothing. Those are some sad numbers. My dearest dear, how are you? Your boss gave me the space email account and told me all about your business trip. Just remember, you have a family to think about. All right, my friends, I know I've been maintaining a very stoic exterior, but I think I need to take another short BRB and step away and mourn the loss of all of my tiny friends. So once I take care of that, just excuse me for a couple minutes. I'll be right back with you. Alright, all of my tears have been wiped away. Thank you for standing by, my friends. So let's try that again. I've certainly learned some very valuable lessons. Time to avenge our fallen buddies. Death to all bosses. I love it, Cows. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm kind of sitting here fantasizing about getting my revenge. We'll harvest a few berries, and then we're going to be ready to roll. Alright, gonna bring Team Purple with us, too. We need everybody. Oh, I'm not gonna harvest more berries. It's tempting, but I don't want to spend my whole life just harvesting resources. I haven't decided at this point how I feel about this game as compared to the first one, necessarily, but I'm having a good time. Despite the tragedy that we have suffered, I'm having a real good time with this game. Just move around somewhat cautiously. We basically did everything right the first time except the boss, so let's repeat our previous performance. We should be golden. Okay, I don't think there was anything on this floor except these flowers. Okay. Divide. Power up our purple team. I really want to prioritize powering up the purple team, mostly not because it makes them stronger, but because it'll make them move a little faster. The purple guys are so slow. Is that really it for this floor? Sorry, I just really want to make sure I don't miss anything. I can't believe there's nothing on this floor except a couple flowers. But that seems to really be the case. Alright, let's go. Flower purples do have quite a bit more hustle than their leaved counterparts. Yes, this is true. No. I'm really bad at dividing the teams. They don't spread out. They don't spread out quite enough whenever they're told to split up. Guess we'll go ahead and pick up the Mahjong tile. Sorting my buddies always took twice as long as I thought it should. Separating them's easy enough, but keeping them separated is the tricky part. I'm really glad time doesn't seem to move down here. Yeah, the flowered purple buddies seem to move even faster than the non-flowered red ones. Like, not just as fast, but actually faster. This enemy is positioned a little differently than last time. Thank goodness those enemies don't actually seem to do any harm. Okay, I think that's the entire purple team powered up. Alright, so that should be everything on this floor. I know there's that flower. I don't know... Do I actually want to transform more of them? I guess I do. I enjoy cards being called luck wafers. See, wafer is an odd choice of word to me because I just think of those wafer cookies, which implies to me that the card should be edible. Okay. Need a couple of volunteers. Very few brave souls. I learned from my mistake, you see. I'm not going to send in a whole lot of Pikmin all at once. Alright, well, we lost that team. They're plant animals and cards are paper. That's close enough to be edible. No, that's cannibalism. Victory. Oh, good job. We got a... I don't know what that is. Looks like it says... Love tester? How bizarre. This device is emitting black light. It must have been ingested by that creature. What an absolutely repulsive life form. Our return to Hogotate cannot come soon enough. Prototype detector. This contraption seems to react when it approaches treasure. I will connect it to my radar. Processing complete. The treasure gauge is now fully operational. It will now appear on your monitor. The needle will move right as you approach treasure. Hey, look at that. We've got a treasure meter. It's dead. No treasure nearby. I didn't really expect there to be any, but... yeah, I need one of those in real life. Away we go. Cave complete. Come on, tell me all treasures found. 6 of 6. That's what we want to see. Victory. The print of the dead body on the floor where you killed the boss is a little unsettling. I think I missed that detail. Thank you for the trophies. I'm thinking we'll probably do one more day in the game. 20% of debt recovered. We're a fifth of the way there. My thought is that I'd like to wrap up on time tonight. I'm not gonna go extraordinarily late unless I really feel obligated. by like a big raid or something. So I'm curious. I think that strawberry. Can you guys just bring that straight down here? You can. Nice. The treasure gauge even... It even reacts to treasures that we are currently carrying. Sunseed berry. There we go. Where did I lose 4 Pikmin? Oh, there they are. There's more nectar over here? Oh, I lost somebody. There we go. Why is the treasure meter going wild? You guys see anything up there? Oh, there's something here that is not visible to me. Maybe I need another style of Pikmin. So my thought is that it looks like this is poison. I'm wondering if purple Pikmin are immune to poison. That looks like a no. Oh, it plants a flag in the caves you're done with. You can't revisit the same cave, can you? You can. I don't want to do that. Wait a minute, hang on. Oh, okay, never mind. I can probably tear that bag down now. That's what we'll need to do soon. Oh, what'd you guys do? Hey, why didn't you finish getting the berries? We've got a lot of this spicy spray now. And I didn't even use it for the last battle. We'll just put everyone away. Double check for things I might have missed. Oh, there were some butterflies. Alright, well, we've had a much more successful second day. They decided to slack off while Olimar wasn't watching. That's exactly what they've done, cows. I can't believe my debt is 20% paid off, and I still have only discovered 2 types of Pikmin. I don't know how many types are actually in this game, but I know that there are more than... I know there's at least 2 more. I can't imagine that they didn't duplicate previous games Pikmin. There are still even the swirls on the ground. I saw a piece of artwork that showed, I think, a white Pikmin and a stony-looking Pikmin. But I don't know if they're from this one or if they're from Pikmin 3. So many treasures. Louis, it's been 3 months since you joined our company, and I'm sure you love it. I expect big things from you, Louis. Far bigger things than I expect from all of our... Why? Why does Olimar still work here? Nobody respects him. It hurts. Alright, and got a couple things to read. Unmarked spectral lids. Finistari prismatus. Flitterbee family. When strolling through the forest of this planet, clouds of these creatures are seen dancing overhead, like flower petals drifting in the breeze. The sight of flitterbees dancing in the lush green undergrowth is unforgettable. Flitterbee collectors drool over specimen sample boxes lined up in order, highlighting the slight color gradation changes from blue to red to yellow. Such items fetch particularly high prices at auction. Figwort. Scrophularia xenomium. Figwort family. This plant offers an excellent example of a non-native species introduced into the ecosystem by some unknown method. Upon introduction, it quickly established a foothold and adapted to the new habitat. This plant's distinct flowers usually exhibit a stunning blue color in early spring, but recent fieldwork has recorded specimens displaying a deep red hue. Although this may represent a sudden deviation in genetics of the species, the red coloration is much more likely an anomaly. Additional readings suggest no significant atmospheric or solar radiation changes have occurred in the ecosystem, leaving open the possibility that soil composition and mineral deposits may have affected petal coloration. I can answer that for you if you want, but I assume you'd rather wait and discover the colors on your own. You assume correctly, cows. Dandelion. Taraxacum officinale. Dandelion family. This perennial grows best in locations with full sun exposure. Its flowers boast countless tiny yellow petals packed together in a head. The species seems to have as many weed-like variants as petals, so more detailed research on these plants would best be left to a botanical research specialist. Don't mind me, I'm just throwing carrots at dandelions. Empress bulblax. Empress bulblax, Oculus matriarcha. Grub dog family. Initial observations placed doubt on the capability of the grub dog family to support a strong ant or bee-like social structure, but recent studies show the family is capable of such complexity. The egg sac of the largest female grub dog within a given range swells to dramatic proportions in response to environmental changes, such as the sudden depletion of prey species. These females temporarily take on the role of pack matriarch. Also in pack formation has been observed that nearly all males not involved in species reproduction undergo natural sex changes. The characteristics of such specimens are quite intriguing indeed. Alright. I found this fascinating fruit. While out exploring today, the skies cleared up and I felt peaceful watching the pink flower petals flutter in the wind. During this perilous expedition, it seems strange to have such soft-hearted romantic thoughts. If I told my wife about this, I'm sure I'd get laughed at. Again. I never realized that poor Olimar was so put upon. What a strange pattern. When I look at it, I can feel good fortune smiling down on me. If I could just buy a lottery ticket right now, I'm sure I'd win. Computers view the world in ones and zeros, but my people are different. Our world isn't simply black or white, right or wrong. Everybody is different. Maybe one day the ship will understand that, and maybe one day it won't give me sass when I ask it to collect a slimy specimen. At night, I have nothing to do to keep me occupied. I've been searching for something to dull the boredom, but every time I find something I want to play with, it's broken. This object is a great example. It looks fascinating, but I can't get it to function. Guess all I have to do is write in this journal. This is a peculiar object. Just looking at it fills me with a powerful sense of nostalgia. Now that I think about it, the Pikmin had a curious look on their faces when they carried it. Or maybe that was just my imagination. The cave we searched today was lined with flame-spewing spouts. The temperature in the cave was absolutely stifling. Oh, that reminds me, I completely forgot to tell Louie about Red Pikmin. He's so quiet. I sometimes forget he's even there. This item I salvaged from the cave seems to be some kind of storage device, but I have no way to play back the contents. Poor Olimar is such a champ. He puts up with so much. It seems so. Today we searched a subterranean lair swarming with carnivorous bugs. The name Hole of Beasts immediately came to mind. The convenient contraption I found there has become an invaluable treasure-seeking tool. When it approaches a piece of treasure, the gadget beeps and the needle moves to the right. When all of the treasure in an area has been collected, the device powers down. When we left Hokotate, I thought we'd never be able to pay off the company's debt. But thanks to this gadget, I'm feeling optimistic about the outcome of this daring mission. All right. That was a lot of reading. Okay, so our objective today is to, once again, try and produce more Pikmin. And then we're going to go see if we can stand on that other paper bag and open the way to that other area over there. I think we'll be able to. Alright, we've got a full team. We won't bother harvesting any of these berries today. Unless we run out of time later. Oh, but every time we come across an enemy, we've got to fight it. Okay, well, we might as well follow them, because I think we're going to need everybody to flatten that bag. We did it! Victory! Alright. New area. Immediately spot an enemy. No! Don't eat my Pikmin. This new area means a new cave. It looks like we'll be doing a new cave. I didn't even notice we obtained a red Pikmin coin. Astounding! My metal detectors are reacting violently. What could be down below? If you find trouble below, press start to contact me and press R on the radar screen. The exploration pod will drop its loot to make room to carry you, Louie, and the Pikmin to safety. It would appear there's fire and poison down here. White flower garden. So the game taught us how to retreat. I think that means we're expected to have to retreat on our first mission. My guess would be that we're going to go down here and we're going to find a new type of Pikmin, and we'll retreat with that new type of Pikmin. So we won't have lost everything. Or, wasted our time entirely. But maybe, just maybe, if I'm very careful, we can make it through successfully. Kiwi shoe polish? I think that's a real-world product, too. Alien billboard. Alright, that's all the treasure for this area. It powered down. It is a real product. It's so bizarre. I don't think I'm going to get used to that. Seeing real-world products like that in a game like this. Ooh, there's a diamond. Now that's a treasure. Oh no. I see that. Emergency. Pikmin are suffering. If you blow your whistle with B, you may be able to help them out. Alright, I lost a couple Pikmin. That's what I get for not being careful, right? The callbacks to Nintendo products make sense, but the other random products are a little jarring. Yeah, agreed. Now, I'm not surprised to see like a Game & Watch. You're right. In fact, that just feels very Nintendo. This diamond, what do they call this? Worthless stone? Petrified heart. Okay, that's pretty good. Heart container. Alright, well, fool me once. I lost another Pikmin. Dr. Pepper. Drought Ender. Oh, look. White flowers means another type of Pikmin. Oh, what are we going to discover? And am I right? I think I'm right that we're going to have to abandon our treasure. How can a flower so deep underground bloom so robustly? How mysterious. This place is conspicuously warm. Could it act as a kind of hothouse for foliage? What an interesting development. The Pikmin look as if they long to be tossed into the flower. I'm causing myself potential misfortune by exhausting these nectars before changing Pikmin type, but I want to explore before I... I appear to be standing directly on top of a treasure. White Pikmin must have an ability to dig up buried treasures. That's my guess. Because there was a treasure I couldn't find before, and I suspect there was something buried. What a, incredible, a white Pikmin. It is tiny, but looks distinctly swift. Its eyes are an unseemly red. That's what I was noticing. Hey, we've got a raid coming in. Welcome in, friends. Blue the Eevee. Great to see you. Thank you for choosing to drop in on us. And welcome to your friends as well. There's no sound. I was trying to perfectly time that if there was a sound effect. So sorry to let you down. So part of our relaxing late night stream is I don't have sound alerts and things like that might be startling to people. That's my excuse for not being lazy and setting those kinds of things up. So welcome in. You were playing Pikmin 2 as well. Are you doing a first playthrough, or are you an old pro at this game? Because this is my first time. I'm going through, trying to go through blind, stumble my way through the game. Having a good time with it. Having a really good time with it. My friends, if you want to use that link, you can give Blue a follow. That's what I'm doing right now, looking around. Blue the Eevee, a lanky boy that loves video games and that tries their best to make everyone happy and comfortable. That's a beautiful description. I'm just sort of poking around your page here a little bit. Is that Minecraft? Mario Kart 8? The original Pikmin, all nice. The original Pikmin I played last year for the first time, and it was so magical. I've really been looking forward to this one, and so far it doesn't disappoint. I played the game as a young kid, now streaming it. Just cleared the entire first area. I'm on day 10. I'm on day 5, I think. Excuse me. I finished Pikmin 1 in 8 hours in one sitting. I didn't do quite that good. I played it. I think it took 3 nights on the stream for me to beat, so probably about 12 hours. I don't remember. I was able to get the good ending though, and I was so worried. I was feeling so much stress the entire playthrough because I wanted to get the good ending. I wanted to get all the ship parts, and I was so worried I wasn't going to be able to, and I almost didn't. I came as close to failing as I think you possibly can, but I just barely got that last ship part, and it felt so wonderful. I actually got the bad ending, but because I was able to try the last level one more time. After I got the bad ending, I was able to immediately go and get the good ending, and it was so great. This franchise is my favorite. I binge it so much. I think pretty highly of it, but I haven't been all the way through, so I have to hold back on my judgment somewhat. Plan on playing every single one, even the Nintendo Land version. Not Hey Pikmin, though. I still love the fact Olimar turned into a whole new type in the first one at the bad ending. Oh. Speaking of new types. The eyes, they look like a Gushers candy or something. I expect them to be edible and filled with liquid and very sweet. I would not want to eat a Pikmin, but I think when the monsters do, I think that's the experience that they're gonna have. Hey, thank you for the follow. You didn't have to do that. I do appreciate it, though. Thank you. Do not eat the Pikmin's eyes. They look like red unbranded Skittles. And you're sleep deprived. No worries. I stream very late at very unreasonable hours, so... I don't begrudge anyone for feeling sleepy. This type of Pikmin was not mentioned in your notes, Olimar. It must be an entirely new type. Our data record on this type is a blank page, since a certain captain never documented them. You must experiment and make detailed observations for the benefit of future generations. Alright, well, let's harvest them all. Oh, no, wrong button. They do dig. I knew they were going to dig. They found some tape. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I have one of the strictest no backseating and no spoilers policies that I know, because I really want the stream. I really like to comment on whether or not a game is good at whether or not I feel a game is good at teaching the player what to do and things like that. And if I get things spoiled for me, then I can't really fairly assess that. But no, you're fine. You're fine. I'm gonna sleep before my brain decides to commit rule breaking war crimes. Well, fair enough. If you need to sleep, I won't begrudge you that. I do thank you for the raid and the follow. And if you have to go into lurk, or if you have to raid and run and sleep, I completely understand. And I just hope that you sleep well. Amazing, the white pigment have unearthed a treasure that was completely buried in the ground. Perhaps those beady red eyes of theirs allow them to sense objects buried in the dirt. Alright, let's go lend them a hand. Let's get the whole team over there. I don't think there's anything else to see. I need to just window shut down. Right on. Hope the rest of your stream goes amazingly. Thank you. Alright. Super Stick Textile. Alright, and that's all the treasure in this area. Let's wander our way back to the rest of the team. I love me some Super Stick Textile. I don't know if it's a thing people still do, but it makes me think of how, like, at least for a while, it was really popular to, like, fashion clothing items out of duct tape. Yeah, Cows, would you mind whispering a Discord invite for our friend? If you're not able to, I can do it a little later. I bring the chaos with me. Fair enough. Alright, so we've got a lot of, there looks to be a lot of poison. I don't want to go anywhere near that. Oh, we might be as far along as we can get. Well, let's go over here and split up. We'll see, I am expecting to have to back out. Alright, never mind. These guys are immune to poison. Perfect. Oh, is this mushroom a thing? I joined and my first words were egg. Constant promotion towards streamers because I'm literally called too kind to exist. We've got a channel just for promotions in our Discord. So feel free to share away. Yeah, it's not the most active. It's not the most active Discord, admittedly. It exists mostly just to give heads up about the streams. But people do share amusing things there from time to time. Look, we got ourselves a mushroom. I love it. Now that's a treasure, a delicious one. Toxic toadstool. Never mind. Never mind. I don't want to eat a deadly mushroom. I rescind my excitement. There is another treasure. Mushroom betrayal. Alright, let's send in the specialists. Ooh, don't get too close there, Louis. I don't know why I'm playing as Louis so much. I switched at some point. I definitely prefer Olimar because no one else seems to. No one else in the game seems to. Poor guy. It's a tube of... It's either a glue stick or a tube of chapstick. I'm not sure which. Rip Olimar, I know. It is chapstick. Survival ointment. Alright. That's another floor cleared. I like exploring these caves, but I kind of hope there's not a whole lot of floors left of this one, just because I'm worried about running into danger. I know, actual chapstick brand chapstick. It is survival ointment. I agree with that name. Oh man, when you're when my lips are feeling dry and cracked, there's nothing I want more than a survival ointment. Alright, final floor. So there's probably a boss down here, and I've definitely learned my lesson about bosses. We approach very carefully. I do not want to lose another entire team of Pikmin. Run! Alright, what we'll do, we'll divide up. And I'll take just a few red and a few purple. Maybe a few more than that. This is actually way more Pikmin than I want to take with me for our experiment here. Alright. This is more purple than I'd rather have, but... Alright, we lost a couple, but we did some damage. Yeah, I know. I don't like these birds either. I remember them from the first game. No! It seems you really need to get onto its head, or you can't do much damage. No! I lost a few of them there. That was unfortunate. No, I'm so bad at aiming. I don't feel like I even learned how to fight any enemies properly in the whole first game. I feel like I spent my whole first playthrough just blindly throwing Pikmin at stuff in the first game. Oh, Olimar's looking a little hurt. Okay, we need to be careful. Uh-oh. Retreat! Come on, finish him. The pie is shrinking. Come on, you two are our elite forces. Finish him off. Victory! Nicely done. Window shutdown noises. Sleep well, my friend. They'll see you again. Well done, Captain Olimar. You've defeated that freakish half-bird, half-serpent hybrid. Oh no, don't tell me. That treasure was ingested by that beast, wasn't it? I mean, that does seem to be the way of things. Alright, let's go enjoy some nectar. My poor purple Pikmin. We lost a few good friends, but that's just how things go. I have to say, I enjoy this game so much more than the Wonderful 101. Rip to our fallen brethren. They were brave. This material looks comfortable. I'll use it to patch the boss's favorite sleeping bag. It's the 5-man knapsack. I love it. Seam test conclusive. Cross-stitching successful. The knapsack is complete. When you have an unoccupied time interval, press and hold X to take a nap. Hang on, I can take a nap. I can take a nap. Where's this Pikmin taking me? Very bizarre. So I can take a nap and the Pikmin will take me back to the ship. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, let's make sure we're not missing anything else down here. I don't think we are. I think that's it. Alright, I would call this a very successful day. Got ourselves a lot of treasure. We're almost a third of the way to having our debt paid off. That's 7 out of 7 treasures. We've got a new Pikmin type. There's a lot to celebrate here. New buddies acquired. And they can withstand poison, so we'll be able to use them to open up a new area. Which we might not do that just yet. But we will go and collect this, we will go collect this buried treasure. I have a feeling I'm going to be accidentally napping a lot now. Now that I have this nap ability. Oh, wait. Yeah, these guys should just kind of hang out here for a moment. No. I didn't ask you to do that. Just relax. Let everybody else do this part. I do not find the noise of the treasure radar to be particularly pleasant to listen to. I must say. It's not one of my favorite sounds. Okay. Okay, we'll leave those guys over there to take care of that. We only need the excavation crew right now. It's just such a piercing noise. All right, hey, they got it. Help them out. Way to go. It blocks out the cute hup 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 of the Pikmins doing their job so earnestly. Pilgrim bulb. Guess we better get ourselves some more of this while we're... Oh, there might be another buried treasure nearby, too. You guys sure are taking a long time with these. I need a Pikmin radar that tells me where I've left behind my misplaced Pikmin. Ooh. Look, there's a treasure up there. I don't think I can throw them high enough, though. Oh, here we go. Oh, nope, that won't work. That won't work. I think I need to tear this open, but only the white Pikmin can withstand the poison, and I don't have that many of them, so it's going to take them all day. 2:30 for me. As much as I'd love to stay and watch more adorable Pikmin, I should be headed off to my own knapsack. Fair enough. Thank you for hanging around, cows. Tomorrow night we should be doing Super Smash TV at the start of the stream. That's what I'm leaning toward, and then we're gonna do more Pikmin for the main event. And I think we'll do more Contra on Wednesday. Schedule's always somewhat subject to change, but that's what I'm thinking. So sleep well, cows, and we will look forward to enjoying your company again. Okay, that's everybody put away. Let our timer run down here. Look at all those treasures. It's kind of an unfortunate total for today. It seems like an ill omen. Papa, no fair, no fair. You snuck off and went on an expedition without me. You have to promise to absolutely positively take me next time. Say it, say you promise. All right, my friends, and I think we're gonna wrap it up there. Thank you for being here for the stream. It's been great to have your company. We've had a really good night. We did a good run through Contra. Not quite the perfect run, but our closest one yet, and so that's feeling really close. And this game is off to a great start, I would say. We had one major catastrophe. Lost all the Pikmin once. Probably not for the last time either. But I mean, that's how things go sometimes. We'll be back with more Pikmin tomorrow night for the major portion of the stream, though it'll probably start off with Super Smash TV on the SNES. Do another double feature, smaller portion of Smash TV, bigger portion of Pikmin 2. And we'll try to have some fun with both of those tomorrow. So maybe I'll get to see you for that. Thanks, Frownie. Boat Ladder says, "Thank you, Boat Ladder. Thank you for sticking around for the stream." So we'll head off on a raid. If you'd be so kind as to come along with me, my friends. I'm gonna point us in the direction of Man Burning. I don't really know this streamer. I met him in another streamer's chat, I think, Dollar Phil's chat, and he showed up in our chat not that long ago. But he's live and he's playing a retro game. I think he's playing Toe Jam and Earl because his stream is titled Toe Jam Tuesday. I don't know that game, but let's check out his stream. Let's see what it's like. So I have to say though, because I don't necessarily endorse the content that we're gonna see. Hopefully he's on his best behavior. I don't know what it's going to be like on the other side, but we always hope for the best. I have very, very rarely found someone inappropriate via our raid. So we'll head that way. One last time, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate you. There's going to be a lot of Pikmin, a lot of Contra this week. And maybe some of the other things that we're working on, but we're gonna go heavy on these things. So hopefully I'll get to enjoy your company again very soon.